They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Not the smoothest start in the world for Savage State. It's Raceuli who's barreling out for the front end. Solo dancing towards the inside. Take the gold. Takes back off the pace. Here's Savage State. Broke last, but now is up into third. One from the outside to the inside there of Take the Goal is now shuffled fourth. The back two markers, Not for Nothing, is to the inside of Beach Invasion. The whole field's covered by about 5.5 lengths as they get ready to angle on to the backstretch. It's Raceuli who has the lead by about a length as Take the Gold from fourth up into second. Savage State is in between horses in third. Solo Dancing, green blinkers fourth. Beach Invasion, blue blinkers outside fifth, 3 lengths off the lead, and is to the outside and Not for Nothing who trails the field. Up the backstretch, Raceuli taken on by Solo Dancing. Savage State 3 wide third. Take the Gold 4 wide fourth, 3 lengths off the lead. A length and a half back to Beach Invasion to the outside of Not for Nothing at the back of the pack. The opening half and 49 and a fifth. 3 furlongs to the winning line. Solo Dancing takes over from Raceuli, who's shaking up to keep up. It's Take the Gold with a bid on the outside. Beach Invasion circles up on the extreme outside in fourth. Now up into third, a length off the lead. Second last, Not for Nothing, and Savage State at the back of the pack as they reach the top of the stretch. Take the Gold, the first to face us. Beach Invasion looms large on the outside. Solo Dancing towards the fence in third. These three clear from the rest as they run to the 16th ball. Take the Gold, but it's Beach Invasion on the outside who assumes command. Beach Invasion inside the 16th ball has the lead. Beach Invasion wins the opener at Finger Lakes. Take the Gold second. Solo Dancing for race 2 in 21 minutes at 1:26 p.m. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Good start. It's Makar who wants that lead from an inside post. Buck Wild forwardly placed in second. Beta races in third. Co-conspirator Ring Good and Raw Courage make up the next flight. Fourth, fifth, and sixth. And Eric from Miami is at the back of the pack, but is at least saving ground at the tail of the field. It's Makar who wanted that lead and has it and opens up by 4. Buck Wild is a clear-cut second and is about 4 clear of Beta in the third spot. Raw Courage, Ring Good, fourth and fifth. Eric from Miami's out of last and 4 lengths to Co-Conspirator, who's been shuffled back to the tail of the field. Makar goes to the opening quarter mile in 23 and a fifth. Big time pace in the front end being set by Makar. The lead's been reduced to a length and a half. Buck Wild with an early move up the backstretch in second. And then in third, that is Beta, followed up by Ring Good. Raw Courage in between horses in fifth, but having the check ever so slightly. Eric from Miami is outside of him. And then about 10 lengths to Co-Conspirator, who trails. The half in 47 and 3/5, and Buck Wild on top by a length and a half. Beta is in second. Eric from Miami outside third. Then it's Raw Courage fourth. Ring Goods in fifth. Makar's dropped out of it, as well as Co-Conspirator as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and Beta opens up. Beta has the lead off the turn, leading by 3. Eric from Miami from far back is up into second. Raw Courage third. Buck Wild in fourth. 1 furlong to go. Beta shaken up as it's Eric from Miami bearing down on the outside second. Raw Courage third. 16th to go. Beta digs in. Eric from Miami's on the outside second, but Beta has too much. Beta wins by a half over Eric from Miami. Then it was Raw Courage and Ring Good fourth. 5 cents times super, $9.71. Third race at Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3, and they're off. It's Almez sending out for the lead. Trinity River and Tony Hooks flashing early speed. Shaking for the Birds at the fence. Up into second. As they fight for early supremacy, it's Tony Hooks and Shaking for the Bird first and second. Trinity River spun out wide in third. Almez, Pink Blinkers in fourth. One Giant Prince in fifth and 9 lengths off the lead. The top 2 are going fast early on. Busy in second last, and a gap of 2 to Dancing Dan, who's at the tail of the field as they turn on to the backstretch. Tony Hooks has the lead by a half length over Shake It for the Bird in second. A space of 4 lengths to Trinity River. The Blue Blinkers galloping along in third. Almez races fourth, 6.5 off the lead. 2 lengths back to One Giant Prince in fifth. A margin of 6 lengths to Busy second last, and another 3 to Dancing Dan who trails the opening half in 48 seconds. Entry into the far turn. Tony Hooks on top of Shake It for the Bird, who has angled to the outside in second. Trinity River outside of him in third. Now up into second is Trinity River. Almez now launching a rally the outside into third, 2 lengths off the lead. Fifth place, Busy, passing One Giant Prince. Dancing Dan is at the tail of the field as they leave the quarter pole behind. Tony Hooks, but it's Almez the danger on the outside. Almez contending for the top spot, and Almez goes right on by Tony Hooks. Trinity River races in third, many lengths back to Busy fourth, and they got 1 furlong to go, and it's Almez who scampers clear by 3 lengths over Tony Hooks in second. Then it's Trinity River and Busy. It's Almez. Give Koa 2 wins on the Monday card. Tony Hooks second, Busy third, Trinity River fourth. 29 p.m. All in the gates. And they're off. It's Allure of Money who wins the break and goes out for the lead. Starship Tango also broke well. Invaluable Will's on the outside. Here's America's Justice at the fence, surging. Invaluable Will 4 wide gets the lead. Allure of Money second. America's Justice third. Starship Tango amongst horses fourth. Magic Spin advancing a little bit in fifth, from fifth up into third. Coinage is towards the inside. Second last is Rockable, positioned about 7.5 lengths off the lead, and Smoke It Alone is deep on the course at the tail of the field. Invaluable Will spurts clear by 3. Over Magic Spin and the White Blinkers in pursuit second. Allure of Money races third, and then it's Starship Tango fourth. Rockable launching a rally outside fifth, now up into third, 6 lengths off the lead, and then it's Coinage. Smoke It Alone second last. America's Justice trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Invaluable Will the first to face us. Magic Spin tackles outside second. Rockable stands side third, and then it's Starship Tango and Allure of Money. 1 furlong to go. It's Magic Spin on top by 3 lengths over Rockable. Allure of Money splitting horses late with a chance to run into second, but it's Magic Spin. Give Koa his 3rd win on the card. Allure of Money second, Rockable third. America's Justice rally late. Changes. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double. Late pick 4 wagering. Post time, race 5 in 22 minutes. They're all in the gates. And they're off. Decent start. It's not over yet. Edges out for the early lead and strides away by 3 early on. Montauk Surf, King Khalid, Deputy Tremont, second, third, and fourth. Rio Oleve behind horses in fifth. Then it's Burning Money, sixth. Night Missios in seventh, 10 lengths off the lead. A length back to Messi the Magician in eighth. Then a length and a half to 9 and 4, who passes Dignified Response at the tail of the field. On to the turn. It's not over yet. Winging on the front end, the leads 5 lengths. King Khalid second, first quarter mile, 22 and a fifth. Montauk Surf outside third. Deputy Tremont towards the inside fourth. Rio Oleve tracks in fifth, 7 lengths off the lead. Night Missio scoots on through towards the inside, and 9 lengths off the lead is that one, followed up by 9 and 4 as they reach the top of the stretch. It's not over yet. His homeward bound has the lead by 5. Deputy Tremont's in second. Montauk Surf and Rio Oleve are bearing down on the outside. Rio Oleve's up into second, 16th to go. It's not over yet. Leads by 3 lengths over Rio Oleve outside second, but time is running out, and it's not over yet. Will prevail over Rio Oleve. Close for third. Deputy Tremont or double 48.70, exacta 154.30, trifecta $172.26, super $143.93. Pick. And they're off. Step tardy with a stumble. Let's find gold. 8 Sunset Drive, Winston D, Swift Bank. Here's Western Wolf towards the inside to get that lead. Winston D is in second. Swift Bank third. 8 Sunset Drive drops back. Let's Find Gold up into fourth. 6th place belongs to Ragtime Prankster. 7 lengths off the lead. Midnight Musume is outside of him. as it's Army Proud who's in second last, and 2 lengths to Wit Dashing Speed who's at the back, and about 13 lengths off the lead. On to the turn, Western Wolf on top, the lead's a half length. Swift Bank pressuring outside second. Winston D now 3 lengths off the pace in third. Let's Find Gold, Ragtime Prankster fourth and fifth. 3 lengths to 8 Sunset Drive, who's to the inside of Midnight Musume as they turn into the home stretch. Western Wolf and Swift Bank. These two are nip and tuck. Swift Bank gets the upper hand in mid-stretch. Western Wolf in second. Many lengths back to Ragtime Prankster and Winston D. 16th to go. It's Swift Bank who opens up by 4. Swift Bank's going to win this race convincingly. Western Wolf holds second. Ragtime Prankster may be third over Winston D. $226.35. Double $110. Exacta $138.52. Trifecta $121.97. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Good start for Felix's Flower, who jets out for the lead. Lovely Passion is on the outside grabbing that lead. Angel Gift tracks in third, then a length and a half to Belloro in fourth. And Agenda to the outside of Light the Mirror fifth and sixth. And 5 lengths to Ishka Bibbles at the back of the pack, and about 14 lengths off the lead. Half mile to go. Lovely Passion on top by 3. Felix's Flower and Angel Gift in pursuit second and third. But Laurel tries to probe throughout the fence in fourth. Then 5 lengths back to Anna Agenda's drop back. Half length to Light the Mirror, who's about 6 in front of Ishka Bibble. First quarter 22 2/5, 2.5 furlongs to go. Lovely Passion taken on by Angel Gift. It's Bolero who switches to the outside in third, 3 lengths off the lead. Then it's Light the Mirror. Ishka Bibble's running from far back in fifth. They got 3/16 to go, and Angel Gift takes over the lead. Angel Gift has the lead by 4 lengths. Belloro second. Lovely Passion drops back. Light the Mirror's next, and it's Ishka Bibble and Anna Agenda 16th to go. It's Angel Gift who's home free. Angel Gift's got this race lock, stock, and barrel. Angel Gift wins by 5. Belloro second. Anna Agenda third, close for 48 cents. 50-cent trifecta, $8.26. Eighth and final Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfacta wagering. And they're off, hop in the air at the start. Celtic Ledger, cue the music, had the check. It's Adjustable Rate who blazes out for the front end. Valentine Gift forwardly placed outside second. Change order third. Jet to Door fourth. TD McGee's in fifth. 4 lengths off the lead, now up into fourth. Sixth place Celtic Ledger in about 8.5 off the lead. And then it is Cue the Music in seventh. Rochiel My Bells in second last. And Red Butterflies at the tail of the field. Onto the turn. Adjustable Rate taken on by Valentine Gift. These two clear by a length as it's TD McGee who charges up to the outside, 3 wide in third. Celtic Ledger, Red Blinkers 4 to the outside, a change order. Cue the Music's outside in sixth, and a length and a half back to Jet to Door in seventh as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and TD McGee takes over the lead. TD McGee is homeward bound. Valentine Gift, Adjustable Rate plugging away second and third. Change order fourth outside to Cue the Music, and Celtic Ledger 16th to go. TD McGee, Valentine Gift, change order on the outside. In deep stretch, TD McGee clinging to the lead. Here's change order. TD McGee wins. It's a photo for second. Valentine first $74.84. Pick 3 $68.65. Pick 4 $292.06. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes. On Tuesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing, 8 races are scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes right now being called Sloppy. Got about 53 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the first race, got a jockey change on number 1, Immigration Law, Andre Worry. Andre Worry on number 1, Immigration Law. Jockey change at number 3, Rose Lisa, Jackie Davis. Jackie Davis on the 3, Rose Lisa. Race 2. Scratch number 4, Pleasant Dreams. Number 4, Pleasant Dreams, a scratch from the second. Third race. No changes. No changes in race 3. Race number 4. Some late works. Got one for the 2. Morvino. Workout took place at Finger Lakes July 23rd. 4 furlongs fast surface, 48.30 breezing. Workout for the 5, Timaeus. Workout at Saratoga July 24th. 4 furlongs fast surface, 50.03 breezing. And a workout for number 7, Gatsby. Workout at Saratoga July 23rd, 4 furlongs fast surface, 52.12 breezing. Race number 5. Scratch number 8, Fair Weather Lover. 5th race. Scratch number 8, Fair Weather Lover. Race 6. No changes. No changes in race 6. Race number 7 do have a scratch of number 1, Queens Over Threes. Number 1, Queens Over Threes, a scratch from the 7th race. Late work for number 6, Short Shift. Workout took place at Saratoga July 23rd, 4 furlongs fast surface, 51.23 breezing. 8th and final. Scratch number 5, So Spirited. Scratch number 7, Fiscal Drag. So Spirited and Fiscal Drag, the 5 and 7, out of the 8th and final. That's a look at the scratches and changes here at Finger Lakes. Got about 50 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave will be next. Have fun and good luck.
Welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice. Going to go over this Tuesday 8-race card. Got a lot of good action here. Looking back at yesterday, another good day for a rider that's been on fire. Caber Koa, 3 wins on yesterday's card. In hockey, that's a hat trick, but congratulations to him. He's just riding very well. Mike Ferraro Sr. With 2 training victories on yesterday's card. Mostly fourfold. There's a couple of prices that we had. Chris Progno and Lisa Reed, they got their first win. Of course, that horse Figured is one of the main speeds of the race. And then Beth Miller-Saul had a victory that I think she was the longest shot yesterday. So she won one of the later races. Give you a little value in the pick 4 and pick 5. But yesterday, those are probably the separators in the contest too. We had the live handicap and challenge yesterday, and congratulations to our winners. Mike Carlucci from Baldwinsville, congratulations. He is the winner. He's got bragging rights. The top Finger Lakes handicapper yesterday. Rich Kutry, the infamous Rich Kutry, hit the board, earned the place, and it was David Vent to stop the Italian sweep. He ended up third in a tiebreaker. Congratulations to all the winners that cashed in our handicapping competition. I think the next one, we will have another one, probably another month. I don't think it's usually too long before the second one. So make sure you get involved in these handicapping contests. They're free to enter. You just have to be involved in our promotional system. I think it's called the Ember Rewards now, if you have the membership card. It's free to just sign up, and you'll be able to do all our promotions, including the handicapping contests. Okay, with that said, we are going to have an off track today. We've had such a nice summer and such nice weather. I got lucky. I went to Lake George over the weekend. Enjoyed some really nice weather. But all good things sometimes we have to have rain. When there's sun, you got to have rain. You know, it's rain, you got to have snow, you got to have warm. But we're going to have a sloppy racetrack today. Probably the first off track we've had in quite some time because of the nice weather. But do take it into consideration. And I had to re-handicap a lot of the races today because of the off track. Now, the first race is a mile event. It's an allowance race, non-winners of 2 races. I'm looking at it. You got a couple horses coming out of the same race, and then you have for your Sugartown Sweetie and Purpose both come out of the same race. And if you watch, and that's the great thing about handicapping, is you can go back in history. I think they didn't have that back in the 70s and 80s when they were watching horse races. Maybe they had the beta tapes or something that they could show the replays on. But it's right there at your disposal. I mean, you could just go on our Finger Lakes website, and you can watch past history of these replays. And one of them I thought was a big factor was Purpose and Sugartown Sweetie. Now, overall, Sugartown Sweetie, I really have no excuse for. Horse did a 26 first quarter on an easy lead, slowed it down. I mean, maybe brought some of the other horses in the race because it wasn't as clear anymore when she went to 51. But she scooted away from a few of them and maybe made her own, I don't want to say issue, kind of helped herself by cutting off Purpose. That when that turn hits them and you make it tight, the other horse is forced to check, and that's what happened. I believe there was an objection in the race. Maybe it was disallowed. It was an obvious foul, but I think it was disallowed because it didn't affect the outcome of the race, and that's part of the rules. So from a handicapping standpoint, it really makes you look at that race, and even though Sugartown Sweetie finished ahead of Purpose, Purpose probably would have won, and probably, at least, well, I can't say that for sure, and maybe that's why they didn't take the number down, but probably got the worst of it, we'll say, and deserves another chance. Plus, she had to make an early move. Raylu sensed that the pace was really slow, so he had to move up to the rail and engaged Sugartown Sweetie, because somebody had to. Everybody was kind of lost their clocks in their heads that race because they went so slow up front. But Raylu did a good job of moving up the rail. The winner was much the best. I mean, the winner, you got to figure, came out of it. They could have run that race 10 times and you would have the same winner. Life is but a dream. Because this horse is closing on a 51 and still won, drawing away. So now you got the rest of them after Life is but a dream. If Life is but a dream was in this race, you used to see where the cinch. I mean, that's kind of how you look at it after seeing her beat that field coming off the pace in in 26 and 51. What I think Purpose would be probably be the next best. I'll use her on top. Queen Sally. Now, Queen Sally, the only career win for Queen Sally was on an off track. Granted, it was a good racetrack, and some places they're not going to recognize that. I think Brisnet and the Daily Racing Form don't recognize that as a wet dirt victory, but technically it is. And she did break her maiden with some moisture in the racetrack. Ran second last time. That was a good effort. She should have a little bit of pace to chase. You got her stablemate can ensure a fast pace. Immigration Law looks like the inside speed of the race. So if Sugartown Sweetie thinks she's going to have an easy lead like last time, it's not going to happen. But, I mean, you can't discount Sugartown Sweetie's chances either. Yeah, she had everything her own way and didn't get there. But she also has faced some tough competition. She also broke her maiden and won her only race on and off track. Same profile as Queen Sally. I think you got to use her. I mean, you can't fall in love with her after the last race. I mean, she had everything her own way and still got beat. I mean, she just got beat by a better horse. That horse, after watching that race, would beat this field 10 times in a row. I mean, that's how much the best she was. But I'm going to go 4-5-2. Okay, second race. Scratch the 4, Pleasant Dreams, go a distance of a mile. Fillies and Mares, $5,000 claimer. Pace is going to matter here. I know they got the scratch, but, Old Mrs. Maisel looks like the speed of the race, but Evening Edge decided to be aggressive last time. It kind of worked out for her. I thought she ran well. She just barely got caught at the wire by Love Thyself, who's a pretty good one in the condition. The other thing with Evening Edge, her last victory, I think it was over a sloppy racetrack. So she's the one that probably likes it in here. I don't know if that's going to be an equalizer for her or not, because the other two don't mind it either, the other two main contenders. I thought Foxy Cara, she's going to have something to run at, and she drops in class. I mean, she ran for 11 last time, and Lady Serenity was the main speed. There wasn't any speed to come back to her in a sprint race. She had no chance. When it's like that, you got no chance. And it looked like that on paper. Lady Serenity is going to be able to control the pace. Charged Nurse is pretty good in the condition. So the best she's going to do is run third, maybe beat Charged Nurse for second because of the pace flow. Nothing else. So for her to drop to 5,000 and go a better distance, I think she's a strong play here. I'm going to use her on top. Old Mrs. Maisel, I'd like her except for she doesn't seal the deal. She's a good check getter. She's got natural speed, but she runs second or third a lot. That's just what she does. And was a victim of poor tactics last time. She was nowhere near the lead. She tried to stalk and make a run, and that's not going to happen. She doesn't really pass horses either. She likes to go to the lead, looks for competition, hits the board. That's what old Mrs. Maisel does. So you could draw a line through the last race. It was poor tactics. I expect her to be more in the race today with Evening Edge inside her. If she could get the lead over Evening Edge, I think that makes her that much more dangerous depending on how much she has to use to do it. Numbers on and off track aren't that bad, and I think she can bounce back with a better race off of the dismal performance last time. But again, that was just as much tactics as it was her running bad. At least I think so. I mean, we'll see. If she runs bad again, then there's other issues with Mrs. Maisel. Evening Edge, yeah, she ran well. I can't throw Evening Edge out because she looks like she doesn't mind the off going at all. and she could be the inside speed over old Mrs. Maisel because she's got the rail. And that could make her that much more dangerous. I don't know if Ruby's Mission is going to get involved. Ruby's Mission's coming out of sprint races. She might have a little bit of natural speed stretching out, but I think Evening Edge with the off track and drawing the rail and being aggressive. She might get the lead over old Mrs. Maisel because she did run well getting the lead last time. Okay, let's go to the third race. The 11-9 claimer going to mile 70. We're going to empty out the Michael Foster barn. We got three of them. I think I got them all in the top three. But Spetro deserves another chance. On paper, he looked like he was going to be lone speed last time. Turned out that wasn't the case. He couldn't even make the lead. But he may have also needed the race. He was off a layoff since November. You would think he'd be sharper here. Horse in this race, Tapizar Temper, took advantage of the strong pace, and this horse just probably needed a race. The other thing that kind of pushes you towards Spetro is the off-track record. This horse doesn't mind it at all. Sometimes speed horses, it doesn't mean they like or dislike. If they keep their form on and off track, that's a good thing. At least they don't lose their form. But you look at the last three wins, the last four wins, three of the four victories when this horse was on the winning streak, just had it snapped, was with moisture in the racetrack. So the sloppy track will not hurt the chances of Spetro. It's a question of, does anybody try to challenge Spetro? It doesn't look like they can. Maybe Dreams of My Father is inside, that they may try to be aggressive, but still not as fast. Spetro looks to be the main speed. It's just a question of second start off the layoff, if he can just keep going with it. Logically, he's the one to beat. He's the speed of the race. He doesn't mind an off track. And like I said, maybe you could forgive the last race because it was the first start off the layoff. The 4-horse Rockstar Rebel, would expect him to be a little further back. He was forced to get in the race early last time because of the pace flow. It worked out. He just got up to get the win. I shouldn't say it that way. He took over and held off St. James, but that's what St. James does. He sits back and makes that run. They run second and third a lot, but he really put the pressure on Rockstar Rebel late as he was rolling. But this one held on. And remember, that was the first time dropping down for the tag because this horse was running against allowance competition. So he could just be even better than what he shows on paper. Stop the Spread is the 5-horse. One of the things I like about this horse is, he's 3 for 44 in his career. Well, he's 2 for 9 on off tracks. Well, when you look at it from a percentage standpoint, statistically, he's better on an off track than he is on a fast track. So you just subtract the 9 races, and what you got is, well, you got to use the turf races too in there, but 2 of his 3 career wins, no matter how you look at it, have been performed on an off track. So this horse likes it. That's how you got to look at it. And the races he comes out of are good ones. Emerald Forest went 104 and change, going 5.5 furlongs. Where are you going there? Coming off a layoff, coming here, cutting back in distance. I'll tell you where you're going. Not in the money, because you just can't. That was just a tough spot. Well, then stretched out to a better distance and ran better. And again, it was a tough race he comes out of. It was a good-looking winner, and he had to settle for second. So I would give the horse another chance. I think you got to use the horse as a win threat as well as a big top 3 threat. But it all depends on pace flow here. Maybe this would be the one to try to keep Spetro honest, because there really isn't much for speed in here. And again, he was a little bit more aggressive with the pace last time, stretching out of that 5.5 furlong sprint, and didn't run badly. He wasn't going to be free sale. That horse looked good in victory. So I'll go with the 2, 4, 5. I think you can use Dreams of My Father as well. I like the trainer of that one. Of course, Raylu, pretty good rider as well. Makes it a little more wide open race, but it won't be so if Spetro is able to get a clear early lead. I don't think they're gonna get him. 4th race, a 17-5 starter. That's the claiming price, 17.5. There is a starter condition, and I think they're all in for the starter condition. Yeah, claiming price of 12.5 or less is the starter condition. Nobody in for the tag. Okay, with that said, again, using the off track as kind of a guide when I'm playing this, it did change some of my picks today. I kind of flip-flopped my top two choices because of the off track. Originally, I had Gatsby on top. Who was it? Robert Redford was the great Gatsby. Intentious I had for second, but I flip-flopped him because of the off track. I really think that Intentious is the one that steps up with the off going. You look at his numbers, his best lifetime buyer or best lifetime Brisnet figure, whichever you use, was performed on an off track. And overall, he's got 2 wins on an off track as well. So, and she exits one of the best races that she's had, and it was her return race to Finger Lakes. And you look at her record at Finger Lakes as well. I'm kind of have to see. I don't have my better glasses on. But she's got 5 wins here at Finger Lakes. Was she like 5 for 8 around this oval? She loves this racetrack. And it shows. I mean, she came from New York. Granted, it was an easier race than what she was running against the last 2. But she won professionally. And now she'll get tested. A little tougher spot today for Intentious. But I think the off track is going to step her up to maybe defeat Gatsby, who does look a little bit better as far as the numbers. But again, the off track could be the equalizer. Yeah, Gatsby, it's got speed. So she could be out there with the pace at 6 furlongs. I don't know if she could clear early. That's going to be the issue. You do have tactical speed types. Probably Prince of Truth may show some speed. She's on the rail, so she has that ability and natural speed that she can go to the front end. Not sure if she's going to or not, but it really could be a key to the race if she does. And because she has the rail, I would expect her to. And that's going to influence how Gatsby runs because she's outside. Now, if she doesn't go and Gatsby's able to clear early, I don't think it matters if Intentious likes the off track or not. I don't know if they're going to catch her. But I like these two. Magni could be the other one. She was claimed, ran a good second, and then they took him to Belmont, I should say, Belmont at Aqueduct. But they scratched down to a 4-horse field. I remember because I ended up betting him. But he's probably one of the gifts there because they don't really give Finger Lakes horses enough credit. He should have been 1-9 in that race, and I think he got something like 8-5 or something like that because of the lack of respect. Or they just don't know how to handicap there. I don't know, but he got a good price on him. But he was a little overmatched in the route last time. Maybe he doesn't want to go long. I know they tried him going long before, but now turns back to 6 furlongs and likes this distance. And I think the cutback in distance is going to help Magni. The question is the off track. He did run a good second the only time he was on an off track, so would be no surprise. It seems like it was a good move claiming this horse as well. Prince of Truth is the 1 horse, and yeah, he could do either. I think from the rail position, I would expect this horse to be out there inside of Gatsby to get the lead. That's what I expect, just because he's got the rail. If he didn't have the rail, or if it was flip-flop or Gatsby had the rail, I would have took Gatsby on top in a hurry. But Prince of Truth, not only is he going to have the inside and be the inside speed, I think he's got a good chance in here if he's able to take the initiative and get the lead over Gatsby. Of course, that's a lot to ask because Gatsby's pretty quick. One of the things I noticed, though, over the last week or so, even though front speed was good yesterday, you had to be close, the rail didn't seem that great. So we'll see how that plays, if that changes any with the rain. It usually does when we get moisture in the track. 5th race, as wide open a race as we've had all year, I'll say that, because I could have looked at this race, and I did look at this race for a while this morning, but I could have looked at this race all day and still could have come up with a few different winners. But we do scratch the 8 Fairweather Lover, and before I change my mind again, I got Sills pleasure on top. I don't like the post, but doesn't mind an off track. His only win on his off track. And I didn't really like the trip last time either. It does say blocked late. It didn't affect anything though. The horse wasn't going to win, but he was moving pretty good late. I'll say that, but where he was blocked was right at the wire. I don't think that affected anything. But one thing else, maybe a length. I don't know, maybe a length, but he was running against allowance horses before that, and she dropped to 11-9, and it was a tough 11-9 field. It will be fun. I think she runs today too. Was a next style winner, was too good for those horses. So it turns out to be a good race that she ran. I'm going to lean towards her. Again, I don't really love anybody in this race. Might not even be a bad all button if you're playing picks. That's how evenly matched this race is. I mean, who do you throw out? When you look at this, who do you throw out? It's hard. It's hard to say there's a horse in here that doesn't have a shot. The 3 Clara Videntes, 15-1 morning line, she's stepping up in class. But the $5,000 race that she comes out of, it was another drop down, TD McGee, that beat her, and TD McGee came back to win yesterday. So it wasn't like it was a true $5,000 race, because the top 2 finishers, her and Clara Vidente, were both dropping in class, and both won their next start. So that just, or Clara Vidente could win her next start, very possible. Tahila is an interesting one. 8-1 would be awfully good value, but maybe she will. I don't know where the money's going to go here. This is one of those races where I think money's going to be spread out. I don't know. It depends where the late money goes, but there is no horse in here. I'm sure a morning line handicapper had a tough time making a favorite in this race. It is that wide open, and Tahila could be one of those that you could make a strong case for. The only question mark and the downside of Tahila is the distance. If this was a route, I would have took this horse on top, no question. I just don't know about the 6 furlong distance if it's a little bit short. She's gone this distance before. She's hit the board, 4 out of 6 times? But I think she's like a little better 7 furlongs to a mile, so that would be in her wheelhouse. I'm not saying 6 furlongs she can't win. That's why I got her second. But it might not be her best distance with her running style. She doesn't have a lot of early speed, but she does have some punch late, so she's got to hope that they back up a little bit. But she's better than most of these horses when you look at the number. So I think 8-1 would be pretty good value on her. The 6 Cinnamon Sugar is also 8-1 morning line, but I can understand that because her last 2 races aren't good. You got to dive a little bit deeper when you look at that, because one of the things you say is the last 2 races were on turf, and she's not bred at all for the turf. I don't know if sometimes that's an act of desperation when you run a few races against winners on the dirt and you're not hitting the board. Say, you know what, let's try her on the turf. Well, let's try her on the turf again. Guess what? It doesn't work. They even took the blinkers off last time. I don't know if that's going to be good or bad, because she doesn't like the turf. So how can you say it was the blinkers? I do like the fact that they're going to try to leave them off here. I mean, she did win to break her maiden as a 2-year-old with the blinkers on, so I'm a little concerned about that, but I like the fact that she's going to be running on the dirt and an off dirt, because she's got good numbers for the off track, even though she hasn't hit the board in her previous starts on an off track. I'm drawing a line through the last 2 starts, mainly because she's got absolutely no turf breeding. Not sure why they put her on the turf. But the previous starts aren't that bad against higher level competition than this race. I use her third. Lady Banker, what can you do about Lady Banker? She's the morning line favorite. I don't blame them for making the morning line favorite. They bet her last time at 5.5 furlongs. She's the speed. The problem with her is, you look at her last 3 races. She's gotten easy leads, and she didn't hold late. And that's what I got to expect from her. Unless this is a speed favoring off track, which there's a chance that it is, she's a tough bet as a favorite, because you'll get the thrill. She should be out there alone on the lead, or maybe get some pressure, but she should be on the lead as far as she goes. But you look at her last 3 races. She just simply has not been able to hold on. Maybe with the off track, maybe if we get a little bit more speed favoring off track, that could be the difference for Lady Banker. Might know by the fifth race how the track's playing. Okay, sixth race. Sixth race goes a distance of a mile. It is a allowance race, a one state bred condition. I think they found out something about Freedsdale because last race, Cabercoa decided to do something a little bit different with this horse and rate. And it wasn't like the pace was that fast in front of him. I think they chose to try that, and sometimes it works. And it really worked in a big way. He got the horse to relax early and then just exploded late. But I mean, it's not like they're sitting way back with the horse and trying to make a run. I think, what is that horse that they're doing that with? And I wish they wouldn't. It's really hurting the horse's chances. I remember it was a Sabine horse. I can't remember the name of the horse on the top of my head. But Freedsdale could be the one that is just on the improve. He's moving from the 11,000 into the one state bred. A lot of times you're going from the lifetime allowance conditions there, so technically it could be a step up. Didn't used to be. I mean, you look at, because we used to get a lot of 5,000 claimers in the one state bred. I see that it's starting to get a little bit tougher. You get 5,000 claimers that are running in starter conditions in the state bred, and horses going through the allowance lifetime conditions. So it is getting tougher. But I think Freedsdale is also getting better. I think they found out something about this horse, and I think they'll do the same thing. I mean, Seems Like Destiny is the speed. You might let Aula, if that horse breaks, do the dirty work and sit third in a perfect position. I like Freedsdale's chances today. And even if he does try to go out to the lead with Seems Like Destiny, he can be just as fast as that horse. But that's the key to the race. Big Rich has been more of an underneath type. I mean, he looked good winning earlier in the year. I think maybe he was just fresh and just Murph had him fit with his first start. It was also against 5,000 claimers. He hasn't really run a bad race the last few starts. Just somebody's gotten a better trip or has run better. Olazabal, you can't beat Olazabal in the starter condition. And Cascade Cruiser got the better of the trips, and Cascade Cruiser is probably a little bit better than Big Rich. We don't have to worry about either one of them today because you move into the allowance condition. Probably hit the board again. Aula probably go out there with Seems Like Destiny. If he's able to clear, he can be tough. Keep in mind, this horse was a little bit rank. If you watch this horse's last race, seemed to be a little bit rank early, a little headstrong, and was out there with the pace, and it was a pretty decent pace with Olazabal. The last thing you want to do is duel with Olazabal. I do think I mean, he was trying to hold him from going to the lead. I think you got to let this horse run and go out there with Seems Like Destiny. And with the off track, I think he's got a big chance doing that. He's 2 for 7 on an off track, and you don't have to worry about Olazabal plays. You do have to worry about Seems Like Destiny. He's going to be a fourth choice. If somehow they let this horse go, he's dangerous on the front end. I don't think they're going to let him go, but if they do, he can win, and he can justify the 2-1 morning line. But that's the only way I could see this horse winning is if he's able to get out there, or if inside speed is good. If inside speed is good, that's going to benefit Seems Like Destiny. It is only a mile, but if he gets pressure, it makes it tougher. He ran a huge race when he was able to get a clear lead. If you go back, the last time this horse ran a mile, it was a much easier field than this one, though, granted. But he came home in a good time. When you're allowed to go to the lead and get an easy lead like that, they're not going to catch Seems Like Destiny. Is he going to get an easy lead again? He's got the rail. He may try to, but that's the key to the race, and that's the key if you're going to take a short price on that horse. Seventh race, an allowance race for fillies and mares, non-winners of a race other than. We do scratch one of the speeds, the one, Queens over threes. Kind of lost for speed a little bit anyway. This is a tricky race. And the scratch does matter because I'm still looking at the pace flow. I was going to come back with. I didn't really like this horse last time, but I said I'm going to come back with this horse after watching it. Maryland's New York Pride I mean, the horse is 6-1 morning line. If we could get 6-1 on this horse, I can't see her, if she gets a better start, not hitting the board in here. But her late running style could hurt her if this track is favoring speed or if somebody gets loose in here. I don't see that happening, though. I thought she ran absolutely huge last time with the start that she had closing ground. Now, it is shorter today, 5.5, but she's a one-run horse, so that shouldn't be a problem. But she will need something to run at if she could get some pace to chase, which looked to be, you still got Zenlu, Short Shift, and Galilean's Girl, all tactical speed horses. That doesn't mean all three of them are going to go out there, but Queen's over threes scratching might have hurt Maryland's New York Pride a little bit too, especially if you don't want to be inside. Yeah, Short Shift, logical horse here. This one's running against tougher allowance conditions and not getting beat all that badly. She looks like she's one that's got to be involved in the early pace. I expect her to be. Maybe even gets the lead on Galilean's Girl and Zenlu. We'll see. I know both of those horses have some pretty good speed. But she's got a little bit of a class edge on these horses. And she might just win anyway. And plus she's found a shorter distance after running 6 furlongs at Aqueduct. So she should be tough. It will be fun. Steps up after 2 straight victories. The biggest problem with It Will Be Fun, and she's overcoming it, by the way, she's had some real gait issues. And you look at overall, awkward start, poor start, broke slow, and she did. I mean, she's had some bad starts the last 2 races and still won. That says something when you're that much the best, and she was that much the best. Now, if this horse ever breaks well, she will be a good allowance horse. But the problem, as I mentioned, it is a problem as you go through conditions. You can overcome it against easier horses, but when you start running against tougher horses and you're still stumbling at the start, breaking poorly, having gait issues, it's going to cost you wins in those situations. But you got to use the horse, especially if you think that she's going to break today. She definitely should get a trip if she does. Yeah, Idle Gossip, I'll throw in for 4th. She's been an interesting one. She's had an interesting career, very consistent. You look at early in her career, I think it was her first career start, looked like it was going to be an easiest kind of winner, and was going to be. And then decided to take a right turn and bolted on the turn. Well, probably did an equipment change, maybe a bit change, and came back with a victory, and she's been pretty good ever since. She's a good, classy 2-year-old stakes horse. They threw her in the Niagara as a 3-year-old. She was running consistently well in the conditions, and she's not out of this race as well. So I'm going to go the 2, 6, 5, and 3. Can also mention Galilean's Girl coming off a victory. Little tougher spot, but she's going shorter, 5.5 too. But there is plenty of speed in here. That's the key. All right, last race goes a mile. Scratch 5, So Spirited. Scratch the 7, who looked to be the favorite in here. Fiscal Drag, that might open up the race a little bit. It's a mile, and pace is going to be interesting here. Very interesting here. It's questionable. You got Addison's Dream. He was running okay. Maturation is off a 5,000 maiden win after adding blinkers. Can he get the lead? I mean, as well as they might just be all bunched up. I like the McKinseys. This one has route experience, dropped to 5,000, and last time with the blinkers put it together. And the stretch out. Could he be the speed? If this horse gets the lead, he's going to be tough. I think whoever gets the lead without having to ask too much can win here, but there's only 5 horses. None of them really have any speed, so they might just be all bunched up, and it could be a scramble to the wire. But I like the fact Maturation is going in the right direction off the 5,000 maiden win. I know this is usually tougher, but not really. Speaking of tougher, Addison's Dream, I don't know, this horse has been in the 1 in 6 months condition, so it's been poorly spotted the last couple races, but does get it in the right spot today, and that could be key. It's almost like a big drop in class, going from the 1 in 6 months condition to a 2 lifetime. That's like dropping from allowance to 5. I got to use the horse, and then I threw in American Haylight for third. Don't know what to do with him. Obvious class of the race, but the horse has been off for 2 years. All right, enjoy today's card. Watch out for the weather. We are getting some rain today, and expect an off track. Right now, we're going with Sloppy to start it off. We got 8 races, 9 races tomorrow to finish off the racing week with a 12:55 first post. I'll see you then.
Horses coming on the track. First race here at Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Immigration Law. Jockey change Andre Worry. Number 2 is Sugartown Sweetie. Jeremias Flores. Number 3 is Rose Lisa. Jockey change Jackie Davis. Number 4 is Purpose. Raylu Gutierrez. Number 5 is Queen Sally. Cabercoa. And number 6, Combatant Song. John Barrios, the riding assignment. Post time in just a few minutes. Track is sloppy. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 fillies and mares to go a mile. Allowance race non-winners of 2. Track is sloppy. Rain has started up once again here at Finger Lakes. We've had a pretty good run with dry weather around here the last few weeks. Kind of due for a rainy day or two. And this is certainly one of those days with plenty of precipitation in the forecast and delivering in reality. Purpose going up and in. Queen Sally and Combatant Song, the last two to come forward. Even money on Purpose. Combatant Song to the outside. They're all on the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Good start. Immigration Law sending out for the front end. Sugartown Sweetie right alongside. Combatant Song wants to get over, but will be spun out very wide around that first turn. As they sort themselves out, Immigration Law has the lead. Queen Sally, Combatant Song want to be up close, but they're stuck out very wide. Sugartown Sweetie in the second spot at this moment. Purpose right outside of her. And Rose Lisa's at the back, but only about 2.5 lengths off the lead. As they transition to the backstretch, Immigration Law has the lead by 1.5 lengths. Purpose and Combatant Song outside. Sugartown Sweetie is in that middle cluster, poking the head up in the second. Rose Lisa sneaking on through towards the inside into a joint fourth, and Queen Sally trails the field. First quarter 24 3, the half in 48 3/5 as they make the entry into the far turn. Immigration Law leads by a length over Sugartown Sweetie, who comes to attack on the outside. Purpose is 3 deep in third, then 2 lengths back to Rose Lisa coming under a drive. Second last is Queen Sally, many lengths back to Combatant Song, and drops out of it. A quarter of a mile left to travel in the opener, and Sugartown Sweetie makes a bid for the front end and dashes for home. The early pace setter, Immigration Law, back in second. Purpose now 1 pace at this point in time in third, and then it's Rose Lisa fourth, 1 furlong to go. Sugartown Sweetie opens up by 5 lengths. The battle for second. Purpose attempting to re-rally, does get second in deep stretch. Sugartown Sweetie drifting out very wide. Here comes the finish line. Sugartown Sweetie in front. Purpose second. Immigration Law third. Rose Lisa fourth. Two, 4, 1, 3. Number 2, Sugartown Sweetie was first. Time for the mile, 142.92. To the winner's circle, number 2, Sugartown Sweetie. New York bred, 3-year-old Bay Filly by Matoli out of Owl Moon. Richie Rich Racing Stable owns. Paul Barrow trains. Jeremiah Flores, the winning jockey. Sequel Thoroughbreds and Chris Bakari bred Sugartown Sweetie. $5.64 the winning mutual. Exacta $17.38. Try $19.34. Dime Super $14.84. Second race from Finger Lakes, scratch number 4, Pleasant Dreams. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time, race number 2 in 24 minutes at 1:29 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock here, and we're looking at race number 2 after the first race won by Sugartown Sweetie. Much better effort from that one. Was forced to change tactics a little bit with the presence of immigration law as the inside speed. Remember, Sugartown Sweetie went 26 to the first quarter last time. Just got beat by a better horse. It shows this time that she was able to beat the rest of them. Got a little bit interesting late as she started to bear out a little bit, and Purpose was coming back on, but she had the win secured. Jeremiah Flores for trainer Paul Barrow to start us off for this Tuesday card. Okay, we'll look at the second race, and pace is going to matter here as well. You do have a drop down in here. Foxy Cara dropping from an 11 all the way down to 5 and stretching out to a mile. So logical horse off of a third place finish. Keep in mind, the race that she comes out of, there was absolutely no pace in it. Lady Serenity was the main speed of the race. She was able to control the pace. Charge Nurse, I don't know how they were betting a lot, but Charge Nurse wanted more distance too. But she was pretty good in when you consider 11 to 9 because she's an allowance horse. So it does turn out to be a pretty good heat that she comes out of, and she drops to 5,000 despite running a pretty good third against 11. So she's the logical horse in here. Not really going out on a limb picking this one. Hard to pick against her though. She's at odds of 3 to 5. The 6 is Old Mrs. Maisel, and thought that she might be overlooked as she tried something different last time. It didn't work. It was really poor tactics trying to rate and make a run. She's not that type of a horse. She likes to be involved early in the race. Even if she doesn't get the lead, she needs to be with the pace and maybe a chance to do so again today with a better tactics, because you got Evening Edge on the inside, but she could be out there with her and not necessarily have to go 47 to do it, but if they go 49 or 50 and she's on the front line, she's got a good chance in here. But she does get a lot of seconds. That's the knock on old Mrs. Maisel. Even when she runs well, she hits the board and doesn't win a lot. She's got a lot more seconds than victories. Hard to leave her out though, especially if you can forgive the last effort, and that's what I'm doing. Evening Edge, very logical. She could be the inside speed of old Mrs. Maisel. 2 of her 3 career wins have been on off tracks. That plays in her corner. Her last win, I think, was on a muddy racetrack. And you're going back a little bit, but her last effort, she did get the lead. Looked like she was going to be the winner, and Love Thyself just caught her at the end stages. She still ran very well. So grabbing the rail today with some speed, very big contender in this race. She's at 5 to 2. She looks like the other one after Mrs. Maisel. Ligon's Legacy would be the only other one I could see after you get past these 3, because she's not bad on and off track, but her races this year aren't as good. Exacta Try Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in this race against Scratch the 4, Pleasant Dream.
Coming on the track, second race at Finger Lakes, scratch the 4. Number 1 is Evening Edge and Oscar Gomez. Number 2, Ruby's Mission. Raylu Gutierrez partners up. Number 3, Foxy Cara. Jose Baez, the jock. Number 5 is Pure Elegance and Nasario Alvarado. Number 6, Oh Mrs. Maisel, Luis Perez. And rounding out the field, number 7, Liggins Legacy, Jeremias Flores in the irons. Post time in just a few. Approaching the gate. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the gate for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go a mile. Condition claiming race. 3 to 5, number 3, Foxy Cara. 5 to 2, number 1, Evening Edge. Rain has stopped. Though there is some precipitation in the area, could start up once again. Foxy Cara. Pure Elegance. Oh, Mrs. Maysel. And Liggins Legacy. Liggins Legacy to the outside. Even Money Foxy Cara, 3 to 2, Evening Edge. Liggins Legacy going up and in. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Evening Edge and Oh Mrs. Maysel. These two peel out for the front end. Liggins Legacy forwardly placed, but backs off the pace in third to the outside of Ruby's Mission. And then it's Foxy Cara in second last. And about 4 lengths to Pure Elegance. It didn't like the slop being thrown at her. Angles to the outside at the back of the pack. It's Evening Edge who has the lead over Oh Mrs. Maysel outside second. As it's Ruby's Mission who tracks in third and a length in front of Foxy Cara's towards the inside in fourth. Liggins Legacy deep on the course in fifth and about 6 lengths to the trailer. That is Pure Elegance. First quarter, 24 and a fifth. Up the backstretch, Evening Edge. And Oh Mrs. Maysel, no change in the order. They're first and second. Ruby's Mission to the outside of Foxy Cara, they're third and fourth. Then 4 lengths to Liggins Legacy, who's about 6 lengths in front of Pure Elegance. The half in 47 and 4/5 entry into the turn. The battle between Evening Edge and Oh Mrs. Maysel continues with 3 furlongs to go. Ruby's Mission outside in third, 4 lengths off the lead. Foxy Cara has 5 lengths to find and ridden along to keep up. Then about 9 lengths to Liggins Legacy, who's 4 in front. Pure Elegance, who's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. And Evening Edge opens up by a length and a half, too, over Oh Mrs. Maysel in second. And then it's Ruby's Mission stand side. Foxy Cara able to split rivals. 4 across the track, 1 furlong to go. And it's Foxy Cara who gets through in between horses and strikes the front. Oh, Mrs. Maysel's in second. Ruby's Mission outside in third. In deep stretch, Foxy Cara has the lead. Foxy Cara with the win. Oh, Mrs. Maysel second. Ruby's Mission third. Evening Edge fourth. Three, 6, 2, 1. Number 3, Foxy Cara first. Time for the mile, 142.13. Back to the winner's circle, number 3, Foxy Cara. New York bred, 6-year-old chestnut mare by Mastery out of They Playing Your Song, are playing our song, excuse me. 5 Horsemen Stables and Abdul Mandel, the ownership. Dina Sauls, the trainer. Jose Baez, the winning jockey. The New Hill Farm, LLC bred Foxy Cara. $4.42, the winning mutual. Second race official, double 870, exacta 2240. Trifecta $30.78. Dime Super $14.43. Third race from Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3, pick 4 wagering. Post time race number 3 in 19 minutes at 1:58 p.m. Couple claims. Race 2, number 3, Foxy Cara claimed. Joseph Marina, new owner trainer. And number 6, Oh Mrs. Maisel was claimed. Pan Am Racing, Linda Dixon, new trainer.
Okay, we're getting ready for race number 3. This rain is continuing to fall, so expect a sloppy track for the entire 8-race card. Pretty wet out here, and it's going to be a factor in some of these races. Really wasn't a factor, was Foxy Cara, the obvious horse on paper, much the best, was able to finally get off the rail and go on by to get the victory to hold off the always second Ole Mrs. Maisel. But that was Jose Baez for trainer Dana Saul gets the victory in race number 2. All right, let's look at the third. It's an 11-9 claimer, non-winners of 4 or 3-year-olds or since the date. And could give Spetro another chance. I mean, obviously, so is everybody else. He's bet down to 7-5. But last race, let's just draw a line through. Is his first start off the layoff. He was unable to get to the lead, and ended up paying the price. Never really in the race. I don't know what horse he beat, but he did beat one horse in there. He should like an off track. This horse is by Ghost Sapper, and obviously does. He's got 3 wins on and off track, so that's even more of an advantage for Spetro. If you didn't like him already, he should be awfully tough in this spot, unless he's unable to make the lead again, or if they go after him and he's forced to go too quickly. And that's a possibility. Now, Rockstar Rebel should get another good trip in here. He was close up throughout last time, and he ended up paying the price for being involved in the paces. St. James came rolling late and ended up almost catching him at the wire. But that was the first route experience in quite some time for Rockstar Rebel. First time this year going a mile, so he might even be sharper for this race. And this owner, Happy Face Racing Stable, they win an awful lot, or at least at a high percentage when they bring horses in. Stop the Spread, yeah, might be the other speed. One of the things I threw in Stop the Spread mainly because of the off-track record and the off-track breeding. This horse is 2 for 9 on an off-track, and then you look at the overall record with 3 for 44. That says he's got a better percentage when the track is wet. So, and the form on this horse isn't that bad the last couple races, that to stay at this spot 11-9 and get an off track might move this horse up enough that he could be at least in the number in this spot. It's a wide open race. You know, Fiery Heart is questionable when it comes to the off track, whether it's muddy or sloppy. He did win on a sloppy track going 6 furlongs, so maybe this is the right kind of off track, because there have been a couple tracks that I've seen him on where he just didn't take to the wet, and then other times, like the last win, he was able to take to the track, and that's key. I mean, there is different off tracks here at Finger Lakes. They just because they have a good off track record, sometimes with a muddy and sloppy or good, it's different surfaces. But at least this horse has shown that he can win on a certain sloppy racetrack that he caught on May 25th. Another one to consider using in this race. Same with, I mean, Tapizar's Temper just beat Spetro. Can he do it again? I think it's the same kind of scenario. He has a chance to do it again. And Dreams of My Father, I think you forgive the last race. He's got some decent off-track breeding, but he has not performed well in his 2 starts when he's been on the off-track. So pretty good race here for the third. The pace flow matters here. Let's see if Spetro can bounce back with a good effort to go gate to wire. He had won 4 in a row before starting off the layoff and just maybe needing a race. So third race, you got about 5 minutes to post. We'll begin the pick 4 with this race.
Coming on the track for race 3 here at Finger Lakes, number 1, Dreams of My Father, Ray Lou Gutierrez, the rider. Number 2 is Spetro, Andre Worry. Number 3, Tapazar's Temper, Jeremias Flores. Number 4, Rockstar Rebel, Luis Perez, the riding assignment. Number 5, Stop the Spread, Oscar Gomez. And number 6, Fiery Heart, Kevin Navarro, is the rider. Post time in about 2 minutes or so. We're paging for owner Angel Diaz Valdez. Please contact the clerk of scales. Angel Diaz Valdez, please contact the clerk of scales. Two minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate, race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Spetro going in. Tapazar's Temper. Fiery Heart to the outside. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Step tardy, Tapazar's Temper. Spetro, as expected, going out for the lead. Stop the Spread accompanies that one on the outside in second. Dreams of My Father is towards the inside, and then it's Rockstar Rebel mid-flight in fourth. Tapazar's Temper is to the inside of Fiery Heart at the back of the pack. Those two about 8 lengths off the lead as they circle around the first turn. Spetro's on top, the lead's 3 parts of a length. Stop the Spread, prompting outside second. Dreams of My Father, White Blinkers third, 4 lengths off the lead. A space of 2 lengths to Fiery Heart to the inside of Rockstar Rebel, 4th and 5th. Fiery Heart's on the move, now up into third, 4 off the lead. And Tapazar's Temper's at the tail of the field. Spetro leads by a little over a length. Stop the Spread, stalks outside second. Fiery Heart is in third. Then 2 more lengths to Tapazar's Temper, who passes Dreams of My Father, is getting shuffled towards the rail, and Rockstar Rebels outside of him. The half was in 48 seconds. 3 furlongs to go. And it's Spetro who has the lead by a half length over Stop the Spread, challenging outside second. Fiery Hearts under a drive in third and 3 lengths off the lead. Tapazar's Tempers in fourth. Rockstar Rebels in fifth and about 9 lengths off the lead. And Dreams of My Father trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Spetro's the first to face us. Stop the Spread not going away on the outside. And these two continue to tangle for the top spot with 1 furlong to go. Fiery Heart is in third, 7 off the lead, 16th to go. Spetro is Gamble on the inside. Stop the Spread to the outside second, and it's Spetro. Spetro will not be denied. Stop the Spread second. Fiery Heart third. Dreams of My Father fourth. Two five six one. Number 2 Spetro first. Miles 70 yards at 144.53. Third race official, $6.64, the winning mutual. Double $14.34, exacta $28.90, try $31.36, super $20.06. To the winner's circle, number 2, Spetro. Career win number 8 for this New York bred, 7-year-old chestnut gelding by Ghost Zapper out of Congabella. Michael Foster, the owner, Charlie Baker, the trainer, Andre Worry, the winning jockey, Off the Hook, Gumster Stable, and Ghost Zapper Syndicate, bred Spetro. Fourth race at Finger Lakes, no scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 5 wagering. Post time, race 4 in 19 minutes at 2:27 p.m. Late jockey change 6 race for number 6 Interstate Jeremias Flores. Flores on number 6 Interstate Jeremias Flores on the 6 Interstate in race 6.
All right, coming up on race number 4, good fish and really good value as Spetro able to go off at odds of something like 2-1 as they way over bet. Dreams of my father, not sure why, but Spetro was able to rebound from the poor effort off the layoff, obviously needing that race today, was able to get the victory. Andre Worry for Baker. Okay, 4th race, we are going to start the late pick 5 with this race. It's a good one, too. It's a starter optional claimer. Now, nobody is actually in for the optional tag, so we'll just call it the starter condition of starting for a claiming price of $12.5 or less over the last 2 years. It's good condition because you got a good field. Look at some of the contenders, and really 2 of them kind of pop out at you. Intentious, coming off a good-looking victory in her return race to Finger Lakes. She's 5 for 8 at Finger Lakes, so she absolutely loves this oval. She's only got 2 wins elsewhere, but you notice the off track she doesn't mind. She's 2 for 4 on the off track. Actually, her best lifetime buyer was performed on an off track at 81, so that made me lean this way. I actually was going the other direction with Gatsby, but changed my mind when the track came up sloppy. Now Gatsby still could win here, and isn't bad on the off track either. 4 for 6 in the top 3, so he doesn't mind it. He keeps his form. He's coming off a victory, and he's the outside speed. The last couple of days, that's not a bad place to be. But he does have some speed inside of him, and that might make things a little more difficult. He already got the lead and beat Timaeus, who's a horse that does have some tactical speed. And Prince of Truth would be the one that might have some speed on the inside. Because he's got the rail, the horse does have enough natural speed that Prince of Truth could get the lead over Gatsby if he's able to outbreak him from the rail. So that could be the factor. If Gatsby's able to clear early, they may have a tough time catching him. The 4 is Magni, and Magni hasn't really run a bad race up until the last race, but that was going a mile. Maybe he learned something that he wants to go short, because he was claimed and then ran a really good second behind Sorority Prank, and that turned out to be a good race. Talk about the June 3rd race. Sorority Prank is just too good in those allowance conditions anyway, but came back to win. Captain Jack Sparrow came back to win against a really good field last week, and Magni himself came back to win. Granted, it was a 4-horse field. It scratched down to a 4-horse field in New York. He still won and did a decent time. So we'll draw a line through the last race. He's probably the other one once you get past the main contenders of Intentious and Gatsby, who really look like they lay over the field. The 1, Prince of Truth, is the inside speed if he chooses to be. I threw him in. I like these into mischiefs. I'm interested to see what this horse would do going a little bit further. But he does like this distance. 3 of his 5 wins are at 6 furlongs. They tried him on the turf once, but he's a dirt horse and shouldn't mind the off-going. He does have the 1 win, but it was on a good track. He may not like it as much as a horse like Intentious does, but as long as he keeps his form, that might put him in the number. But I don't really like these horses with speeds on the rail, especially if there's speed outside of them. But he certainly plays on his best effort. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the late pick 5 starts with the 4th. You got about 5 minutes to post.
On the track, race 4 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Prince of Truth and Cabercoa. Number 2, More Vino and Emmanuel de Diego. Next up, number 3, Intentious, Kevin Navarro. Number 4, Magni, Joel Cruz. Number 5, Timaeus, Hemant Harkey, the rider. Number 6, Hey, Hey, Harry, and Andre Worry. And number 7, Gatsby, Jose Baez. Post time in just a few. Two minutes. Approach the gate. Loading up for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 7 to go 6 furlongs. 6 to 5, number 7 Gatsby. 7 to 5, number 3 Intentious. Hey Hey Harry. Gatsby to the outside. They're all in the gates, and they're off. It's Hey Hey Harry and Gatsby. These two rush out for the lead. Prince of Truth towards the inside third. More Vino stalks in fourth. Timaeus emerges in fifth. Now up into the top 4 in those red blinkers. 3 off the lead. Second last, that is Magni, is to the outside of Intentious, who trails the field. To the half-mile pole, Gatsby has the neck in front of Prince of Truth. Hey Hey Harry rates in third. A length and a half back to Timaeus in the 4th spot. Morvino in fifth to the inside of Magni. And Intentious starts to get going from the back of the pack, is out of last. Now Morvino trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Gatsby leads by a length over Prince of Truth. Here's Hey Hey Harry and Timaeus ranging up to the outside. Magni has 4 lengths to find in fifth. Then it's Intentious 6. As they reach the top of the stretch. It's Gatsby who's homeward bound, has a lead by about a length. Hey Hey Harry comes to engage on the outside. Then it's Prince of Truth, Intentious towards the inside. They run to the 16th pole. It's Hey Hey Harry now 14 to the front. Gatsby tries to re-rally up the inside. It's Hey Hey Harry who defeats Gatsby. Then it's close for third. Timaeus to the outside of Prince of Truth. Six, seven, five, one. Number 6, Hey Hey Harry first. 6 furlongs. And a picket fence, 111.11. It's official. $18.40 the winning mutual. Double $88.82. Exacta $61.18. Try $120.12. Super $100.98. And the pick three. $57.53. Hey, hey, Harry to the winner's circle. New York bred, 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Busted Stones at a big and toasty. Tim Murphy, owner, trainer. Andre Worry with a riding double today. Ron Lombardi, bred Hey, Hey, Harry. Fifth race at Finger Lakes, scratch number 8, Fair Weather Lover. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, lead pick 4 wagering. Post time in 19 minutes at 2:57 p.m.
All right, coming up on race number 5, and a little bit of an upset in the fourth is Hey Hey Harry. Hasn't really fired his his best race this year, running against some tough competition, but today was able to take to the off track and get the right kind of trip under Andre Worry. As a couple of the main contenders had inside trips, and Hey Hey Harry with a perfect trip gets the win, and Tim Murphy gets the win with Andre Worry aboard. So that'll add a little value to both pick fives as that starts the new one. Horse does run a big race from time to time. Fifth race, an 11-9 claimer, never won 2 condition for fillies and mares, going 6 furlongs. Pretty wide open group here as we scratch the 8. Fair Weather Lover could have gone a lot of different ways in this race, and don't expect any horse to be a real big favorite in here. The current favorite would be the 2 Tahila. She's questionable at the distance. Plus, she's inside. Still pressure where you want to be today, outside, and she does have some good numbers for the off track. Her only win, her maiden victory, was on an off track, actually in the slop, going 5.5 furlongs. So that's a positive for Sill's pleasure. She didn't get a great trip, and she was block late. I mean, probably didn't affect her, as she probably wouldn't have won the race, but it was a better version of this race. And World Bank ran pretty well the other day. I'm going to just give her a slight edge. This is so wide open that it does come down to the trip, and you want to be outside today. The 2-horse Tahila, she's inside, and she has hit the board at this distance before, but I do think she wants a little bit further. Being a Union Rag, she wants 7 furlongs or a mile. But this is a little easier spot, so she's getting some class relief, basically dropping to 11-9, and that automatically makes her a player. And you could draw a line through her last race, the mile and 16th on the turf. Her last mud race was at 6.5. She didn't do so well, but she's been facing tougher competition, so she should really enjoy a little bit of class relief facing our conditional 11-9s. She's a 7-2 right now. The 6-horse is Cinnamon Sugar. Cinnamon Sugar's last 2 races are horrible, but they're trying her on the turf, and she's not even bred for the turf. I don't know who was betting her in that race at Sam Houston back in February. She's bet down to be the favorite. They tried the blinkers off last time, but they kept her on the turf. So it's interesting to see, because she'll still have the blinkers off. First time on the dirt without blinkers. But she's got a big number for the off track, and that could be key here as Andre Worry looks for 2 in a row. And she's probably where she should be, around 5 or 6 to 1 in this race. The other horse I used was the 7, Lady Banker. She'll be one of the favorites in here. Actually, she's going to get over bet right now at odds of 6 to 5, because she looks like the speed of the race. She's a logical horse. She's got to go a little further today, 6 furlongs, and she just does not hold on. She has stopped her last 3 races since running in this condition. Maybe the off track could be an equalizer for her if she takes to the off track. But other than that, it's hard to have faith in her when she's had easy leads the last couple and still lost, and is expected to get the lead again today. Again, maybe she'll hold on this racetrack. I don't know, but again, she's a good favorite to go against just because she stops late. But she's right now at odds of 3 to 2. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts with the 5th. You got about 5 minutes to post. We scratch the 8, Fair Weather Lover. Good luck.
Coming on the track, fifth race here at Finger Lakes. Scratch the 8, number 1 Observer and Cabercoa. Number 2 is Tahila, Emin Harkey. Number 3, Clarividente, Nasario Alvarado up. Number 4, Maze Loved Laffy, Jackie Davis. Number 5 is No Factor, Stephen Frett. Number 6, Cinnamon Sugar, Andre Worry. Number 7, Lady Banker and Emmanuel De Diego. And last but not least, number 9, Sill's Pleasure and Jeremias Flores. Post time in a few. Approaching the gate. Fillies and mares have arrived at the gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Start of the late 50-cent pick 4. Got a field of 8 to go 6 furlongs. Condition claimers, non-winners of 2. 2 to 1, number 2, Tahila. 5 to 2, number 6, Cinnamon Sugar. Now 3 to 1 on her, and 5 to 2 on number 7, Lady Banker. Loading up for race number 5. No factor goes in. Lady Banker and Sill's Pleasure. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Not a great start for Tahila, who's last. Lady Banker edges out for the lead. Clarividente races in second. Cinnamon Sugar tracks in third. Sill's Pleasure outside of her in fourth. Observer up the inside in fifth, then a length and a half back to Tahila, who's out of last, passing No Factor. And Maze Loved Laffy's at the tail of the field and about 12 lengths off the lead. Half mile to go, and Clarividente has made the point, has the lead by a length. Lady Banker, Chase Mode second, then 3 lengths back. Cinnamon Sugar third. Observer towards the inside fourth. Tahila, Red Blinkers in fifth to the inside of Sill's Pleasure, then 5 lengths to Maze Loved Laffy's, a length in front of No Factor, who trails the field. First quarter was in 22 3/5 as they reach the top of the stretch, and Clarividente is the target. Cinnamon Sugar on the grandstand side. Observer takes the shortest way home as it's Tahila's in between runners, but you're still trying to catch up with Clarividente, who has a 7-length lead with 1 furlong to go. Cinnamon Sugar outside second, then it's Tahila and Observer third and fourth. In deep stretch, it's Clarividente who ran this field off their collective feet. Cinnamon Sugar second, Tahila third, Observer fourth. Three, 6, 2, 1 in race 5 from Finger Lakes, 6 furlongs, 112.40. Back to the winner's circle, number 3, Clarividente. Kentucky bred, 3-year-old Justin and Philly by McLean's Music. Out of Aguadilla. Luis Gutierrez, owner-trainer. Nasario Alvarado, the winning jockey. Theta Holdings bred, Clarividente. $9.44 the winning mutual. Double $246.84. Exacta $42.90. Try $41.34. Super $29.52. Pick 3 $176.71. Pick 5 505. $1,867.53. 6 race Finger Lakes. Jeremiah Flores, the jockey on number 6 Interstate. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, dealy double, pick 3 wagering. Post time race 6 in about 20 minutes at 3:27 p.m.
All right, pretty good race here. Good allowance race for race number 6. And Clarividente, Naz didn't waste any time. He said, I'm sending this horse, and took over the lead from Lady Banker and didn't look back as Clarividente proved better off of the claim. Naz Alvarado for Lugu, Louis Gutierrez. All right, 6th race. Yeah, it's a good allowance race, and you might have a little bit of a chess match in this race because there are a couple speed types in here. Seems like Destiny is the rail speed. Aula figures to have speed. Freedsdale's got speed, but it seemed like he had better performance trying to rate a little bit last time. They tried something different, and it worked out. So I'm kind of looking at that's kind of a trip today under K. Burkoa. Plus, an outside stalking trip can be good today, as the rail has not been the place to be on this sloppy track. And and Freedsdale comes off a big score. I mean, this horse waited, and tried to make a run, and it really worked. He took over and dominated an easier field. Now, obviously, it was an easier field. This is going to be a tougher group today, although Stop the Spread ran pretty well earlier on the card. He's stepping up to face allowance horses, but it isn't a real big step up anymore like it used to be, and I think this horse really plays off of the number if he gets the same kind of trip. I'm just making the assumption that it seems like Destiny from the rail is going to go to the front, and Aula is going to be his pace partner. It's kind of how I saw it, but anything can happen in these mile races, and pace and tactics are gonna matter. Another horse that could take advantage is the 2 Big Rich. Now keep in mind, Murph won earlier, pulled off an upset with Hey Hey Harry. That one ran big in that optional claiming allowance race. Big Rich is one that just keeps knocking at the door. Horse always fires. Even his only victory was actually having some punch fresh in his sprint. That was kind of a surprise. He hasn't been able to replay that, but he's always right there with good horses like Olathable and Cascade Cruiser. Doesn't have to worry about either one of those rivals in here, but those are the 2 horses that have been beaten up on him. Now, he did lose to Freedsdale early in the meet, but this horse is you always expect him to make a run. This isn't his best distance, the flat mile, as he hasn't been in the top 2 in his 9 starts, but he's in good enough form that you got to expect him to make a run and be a big top 3 threat in this race. Mention Aula, he's probably the pressing speed, which seems like Destiny, and being outside speed is probably better today than inside speed if you're on the rail. Comes off a race where he's chasing after Olathable. Actually found himself up on the pace with Olathable, which was crazy quick. Olathable can do it, but nobody else in that race could do it. But I think it wasn't intentional. This horse was a little bit headstrong, a little bit rank. Perez was trying to rein this one in and wasn't able to early, but still ran a pretty good 4th. Should like an off track. He's got 2 wins on the off track, and another one, no Olathable to worry about. Horse that was up for Horse of the Year last year. Yeah, I threw in Seems Like Destiny, and here's the thing: Seems Like Destiny. It depends on what happens here early. The break means everything. If he can get the lead or get some kind of trip, he can be around. But he's one of those horses that are going to be tough to figure here. Good looking victory against Easier when he got an easy lead going a mile back on May 27th. Last race things didn't work out. He didn't get the lead and ended up losing by 15 lengths. So, the trip means a lot for a horse like Seems Like Destiny. Also the competition. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 6. And you got about 6 minutes to post.
Coming on the track, race 6 from Finger Lakes. Number 1, Seems Like Destiny, and Raylu Gutierrez. Number 2, Big Rich, and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 3, Street Cop Officer, Laird Bailey up. Number 4 is Allah, Andre Worry. Number 5, Freedsdale, Cabercoa. Number 6, Interstate, Jockey Change, Jeremias Flores. And number 7, As You Chase Me, Stephen Frett, calling the shots. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate. Race 6 from Finger Lakes. Good allowance of fare going a mile. 3-2 on number 5, Freedsdale. 5-2, number 1, Seems Like Destiny. Freedsdale going up. Interstate and As You Chase Me. 7-5, Freedsdale. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Good start. It's Alla bounding out for the lead. Freedsdale right outside of him. Here Seems Like Destiny kicking through towards the inside, and Seems Like Destiny has inside passage and goes out for the lead with Alla. Big Rich saving all the ground. Freedsdale stuck out wide with As You Chase Me. Then it's Interstate in second last, 6 off the lead, and 2 lengths to the trailer, Street Cop Officer. As they transition to the backstretch, Seems Like Destiny is off the inside, has a lead by 3/4 of a length over Alla, who rates outside second. Big Rich towards the inside third. Freedsdale's in the clear in fourth. Then a length back to As You Chase Me fifth, who's a length in front of Interstate, who's a length and a half in front of Street Cop Officer, who's at the back. First quarter mile, 24 3/5. Seems Like Destiny with a half mile to go has the lead by a length and a half. Alla, Big Rich, and As You Chase Me, second, third, and fourth. Freedsdale is going to be wide around both turns in fifth, 3.5 lengths off the lead, but now on the move, passing Alla. Street Cop Officer second last. Interstate trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Seems Like Destiny. It's Freedsdale on the outside from fifth up into second, challenging for the lead. As You Chase Me has position at the fence. Big Rich drops back. Then it's Alla and Street Cop Officer as they reach the top of the stretch. Seems Like Destiny. Freedsdale gets every chance on the outside. As You Chase Me plugs away towards the rail. 1 furlong to go, and Freedsdale opens up. Freedsdale has a lead by 2 over As You Chase Me and Seems Like Destiny. They come down to the winning line. It's Freedsdale. Freedsdale prevails. As You Chase Me second. Seems Like Destiny third. Big Rich fourth. Five, 7-1-2. Number 5, Freedsdale first. To the winner's circle number 5, Freedsdale. New York bred, 5-year-old bay gelding by Reedsdale out of Sumizomi. Everything's Cricket Racing. Owner breeder M. Anthony Ferrero trains. Capercoa, the winning jockey. $340, the winning mutual. Double $21.24, exacta $21.92, trifecta $22.75, super $8.73, pick 4 $267.60. Seventh race, Finger Lakes, scratch number 1, Queens over 3s. Win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double wagering. Post time for race 7 in 24 minutes at 4:03 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 7, and yeah, Freedsdale with a little bit of change in tactics the last 2 races. Seems like this horse is razor sharp right now with the 2 turns. And won easily last time. Today, Koa did the same type of tactics, and with Seems Like Destiny stopping on the front end, he was in perfect position to close and get the victory. Freedsdale, 2 in a row. Caber Koa for M. Anthony Ferraro. Caber's on fire lately. He had 3 wins on yesterday's card. Or we scratched one of the speeds here, the inside horse, the 1, Queens over threes. Now, I don't like the post position for Maryland's New York Pride. Inside has not been great, and the one scratching puts her on the inside. But you watch her trip last time. She actually ran pretty big. That was her first start of the year, and she was really compromised by the start. And she didn't get beat all that badly against a pretty decent field. This was probably slightly tougher, but she's also making her second start of the year. And I think with a better start, she could pick up some pieces here, especially if she's able to get off the inside early. She's at odds of 5-2. The 6 is Short Shift, and Short Shift was claimed for 20,000. She's been facing tougher than these, and not that badly beaten. She's got good early speed, which is going to help her here. You got plenty of speed types, though. She's got Zenlu inside her and Galilean's Girl outside of her. So if she wants to lead, she'll probably have company, and she does like to be forwardly placed. But again, this should be an easier spot for her, and she's very well bred. Horse by Nyquist out of a dam by Take Charge Indy. So she figures, and she's actually a pretty decent price of 5-2. I mean, you'd expect her around there, 5-2, 3-1, battling for favoritism. It Will Be Fun is the 5, and her main issue is the starting gate. You notice of all her trouble lines, it's always at the gate. She's been having issues with poor starts, with breaking slow the last couple, but the last couple she's been overcoming it, beating up on the 2 Lifetime and the 3 Lifetime 11s, and meanwhile she's getting better with every race. It's just a matter of how she breaks, because she's going to get a better field. That if she compromises herself enough with a bad start, it's gonna put her in a position that she's got to overcome it, and these are better horses. So she's got to get a decent start if she's going to win this race. But obviously she's sharp right now, moving into the allowance condition, and she should get a trip. It Will Be Fun. I'll throw in for third despite the issues that she has at the starting gate. If she does break, look out. She'll probably beat these. The 3 is Idle Gossip, and she's one of those speed types, but she's always around. Last time, a good second place finish behind a horse that's sharp in Edie Marie, and before that it was Irish Jackson. So she's run second, but she's run second to a couple good ones in the condition. She shortens up a little bit to 5.5, and I don't think that hurts her because she does have some tactical speed, and also the off track shouldn't bother her either because one of her 3 wins were performed on an off track. So the pace scenario is going to be the factor here, because you do have some pace types that like to be forwardly placed, and she's one of them. But definitely not out of it. She has shown some talent. She showed talent as a 2-year-old. Her first start, she was going to win easily, but she bolted, but then she came back and won, and then she ran third in the Ladyfinger Stakes. So she's shown talent all along. Maybe today she could break through. Still going to be a factor in race number 7. So those are the ones I like here in this race. It's a pretty good allowance event. Exacta Try Super and Daily Double is offered. We do scratch the 1. Queens over threes. Got about 9 minutes to post.
Fillies and Mares coming on the track. Race 7, Finger Lakes, scratch the 1. Number 2, Maryland's New York Pride, and Oscar Gomez up. Next up, number 3, Idle Gossip, Raylu Gutierrez. Number 4, Zen Lu, Cabercoa. Number 5, It Will Be Fun, Jose Baez. Number 6, Short Shift, Emin Harkey. Number 7, Galilean's Girl, Nasario Alvarado. And number 8, Timely Reward, Luis Perez is the rider. Post time in just a few minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate for race number 7 from Finger Lakes. And the fillies and mares have arrived at the starting gate, race 7 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 7 fillies and mares, an allowance race going 5 1/2 furlongs. Been a sloppy track all day. 9-5 favorite number 7, Galilean's Girl. Seven to 2 in number 2, Maryland's New York Pride. 7 to 2, number 3, Idle Gossip. Loading up race 7. It will be fun. Winner of her last 2 against condition claimers. Short Shift. Gotta be careful pronouncing that one. Galilean's Girl. And Timely Reward to the outside. They're all the gate. And they're off. It's Timely Reward who jets out for the lead. Short Shift, flashing early speed second. Zenlu third. Galilean's Girl on the move from fourth up into third. Idle Gossip towards the inside, fifth, 7 lengths off the lead. It will be fun deep on the course in second last. And 3 lengths to Maryland's New York Pride, who's at the tail of the field. Entry into the turn, top 2 are dueling. Short Shift and Timely Reward, first quarter mile, 22 seconds flat. Galilean's Girl is in third and 5.5 lengths off the lead. It will be fun deep on the course in fourth. Idle Gossip towards the inside, fifth, and 3 lengths back to Maryland's New York Pride, who's deep on the course but least is out of last. Zenlu trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Timely Reward wins the battle with Short Shift. It's Galilean's Girl comes to engage on the outside, then Idle Gossip, and Maryland's New York Pride is rolling home on the far outside. 16th to go. Timely Reward, Galilean's Girl, Maryland's New York Pride, 3 across the track. Maryland's New York Pride defeats Galilean's Girl. Then it was Timely Reward and Idle Gossip. Number 2, Maryland's New York Pride first. Second, number 7, Galilean's Girl. Third, number 8, Timely Reward. Fourth, number 3, Idle Gossip. 5.5 furlongs, 105.80. Back to the winner's circle number 2, Maryland's New York Pride. New York bred 4-year-old dark brown filly by Tonalist out of Auntie's the One. Joseph Bucci is the owner. Richard Schaefer is the trainer. Oscar Gomez, the winning jockey. Don McCormick bred Maryland's New York Pride. $8.78, the winning mutual. Double, $18.72. Exacta, $25.04. Trifecta, $42.74. Dime Super, $30.40. Eighth and final, Finger Lakes, Scratch the 5, So Spirited, and number 7, Fiscal Drag. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta wagering, post time 8th and final, in about 21 minutes at 4:34 p.m.
All right, we're up on the last race. Last but not least, I should say, because a very competitive final race. Looking back at the seventh, yeah, Maryland's New York Pride. I mean, she had a rough trip, a bad start last time. Today, she didn't mind the racetrack. It was just a matter of the short distance. Could she put in that big late run? She was able to do so and out rally Galleon's Girl. Ran absolutely huge, by the way, Galleon's Girl did. But Maryland's New York Pride just a little bit better. It's the first win of the season for trainer Richard Schaefer, a good trainer. He worked with Bruce Anderson for many years, and now he gets his first win of the season. Let's look at the last. Remember, we got live racing tomorrow. 9 races on the card tomorrow with a 12:55 first post. Now we look at this race, and yeah, it's one of those races where it's hard to really like anybody. You look at the one's been off since October of 2024. That's not 2025. That's 2024. But he is dropping to 5. Just a Guy, double-digit loser last time. Addison's Dream's not running badly. He's been running out of condition in the 1 in 6 months condition. And the 6 maturation's coming off an easier 5,000 maiden win. So it's one of those races where they're pretty evenly matched across. There's no world beaters in here, and it's really a puzzle to figure out who's going to come out on top in this group. Now, one of the things you could say is there's not a lot of speed in this 5-horse field, that they may be bunched up all around. I actually like the fact that maturation's outside. Seems like the outside position are doing better than the inside trip today. So coming off a victory last time against Easier, maybe this horse is coming around. I know this is only his second time going long. His previous race wasn't that good for 5, and he didn't beat the strongest of groups last time. But this is, for winners, this is not a very strong group either, and he could be on the front line. He should be forwardly placed with a lack of pace inside him, and that'll keep him off the rail as well, which has not been the place to be. So I'm going to lean towards this one on top, because I think he's going to get the right kind of trip to win race number 8, even though it's not usually my thing to like horses off a 5,000 maiden win first time against winners. The 4 is Addison's Dream. Mentioned, this horse has been running in the 1 in 6 months condition. This could be considered a drop in class. I mean, that's much, much tougher than the straight 2 lifetime. Problem is, the last time he ran against 2 lifetimes, he didn't do so well. But that was a sprint. So this will be the first time here at Finger Lakes that Addison's Dreams run at this level against the 2 lifetimes going long. And that could be key here. And that makes him a strong player. And he's not really getting much play at odds of 5 to 1. I don't know if people that know the conditions would probably use him, at least in their tries. Now the tricky read obviously is the 1. I mean, the 1, he's been off since October of 2024. Where have you been, I guess you would say? He only ran like 5 times in 2024 after running against strictly allowance horses. He did drop to 11 to 9 and got claimed that day, but has done nothing against the allowance horses. Really tough horse to play off that kind of a long layoff, but this field is soft enough that, and he adds blinkers, you can say, well, doesn't have to be much. And he's by Arrogate, really well-bred horse. But again, the layoff is the concern. The horse that they're betting is the 2, Rag Mama Rag. Was claimed for 5,000, ran okay that day in the slop, has since added Lasix, hasn't shown much in his 2 starts here. He did win on an off track, but that was a good track as a 2-year-old at Park, so really doesn't count. He's had 3 starts. The other 2, this other one wasn't that good in the mud at Parks. So it's a tricky read. Obviously another one that doesn't need to be much, and he comes out of a tougher race. We'll say that. He was 24 to 1, but there's a much better field. Maybe that's why he's getting so much play in this spot. Exacta Try is super offered in the last race on the card. They're about to go on the track.
Coming on the track, eighth and final from Finger Lakes, scratch the 5 and 7. Number 1 is American Halite and Stephen Frett. Number 2, Rag Mama Rag, Jackie Davis. Number 3 is Just a Guy, Jeremiah's Flores up. Number 4, Addison's Dream, Laird Bailey. And number 6 is Maturation and Kevin Navarro. Post time in a few. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate, eighth and final Finger Lakes. Field of 5 to go a mile. 8 to 5, number 2, Rag Mama Rag. Now 8 to 5 on Maturation. 9 to 5, Rag Mama Rag. Just a Guy going up. Addie Son's Dream. And Maturation to the outside. They're all the gate. And they're off. It's Just a Guy who motors out for the front end. Addie Son's Dream follows that one in second. And then it's American Halide towards the inside. Rag Mama Rag in amongst horses fourth. About 3 lengths off the lead and 3 more lengths to Maturation, who is in the fifth and trailing position. Just a Guy is on the engine, has the lead by just about a length. Addie Son's Dream applying token pressure outside second. American Halide, white blinkers towards the inside third, then a half length back to Rag Mama Rag in the fourth spot, and a margin of 2 to Maturation, who's at the back. First quarter, 25 seconds up the backstretch. Just a Guy doling out the fractions. The lead is a length and a half. Addie Son's Dream outside second. American Halide towards the rail in third. A length to Rag Mama Rag in fourth, who's 2 lengths in front of Maturation. The half and 49 and 4/5. They're on the far turn. Addie Son's Dream is taking it to Just a Guy with 3 furlongs to go. They're clear by 6. Rag Mama Rag and American Halide are in a joint third and a couple lengths back to Maturation, who's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the home stretch, and it's Just a Guy's trying to repel Addie Son's Dream. Rag Mama Rag's on the stand side. American Halide is towards his inside. Maturation scraping the paint. They got 1 furlong to go. Just a Guy turns away Addie Son's Dream in mid-stretch, but here's Maturation and American Halide up the inside. Deep stretch. Just a Guy, but it's Maturation from last to first. American Halide second. Then it was Just a Guy and Addie Son's Dream. 6134, maturation to the winner's circle. New York bred, 3-year-old bay gelding by Mackenzie out of American Lynx. Windy Lee Farm owns. Jonathan Buckley trains. Kevin Navarro, the winning jockey. Windy Lee Farm, New York LLC, bred maturation. $7.18, the winning mutual. Double $25.04. Exacta $27.36. Try $33.31. Super $11.85. Pick 3 $22.24. Pick 4 $108.15. Pick 5 5 of 5 $1,340.10. Eighth race, the last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Tuesday. Next live racing day tomorrow, Wednesday. First post 12:55. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.